last time the gang all went northwest from Arsis Tower to uh the new obelisk at Cantum that's been established the past couple of weeks by Van's team. Um there you met up with expeditionists Faliel and Shashret, who have been in the van side squad for the past several months of the expedition. Really, there's not a lot going on at Canton right now. They have found a location. They put an obelisk there. It's in a pretty good spot. It's a few days away from Van's own little fort, and in a pretty good halfway point between where you guys were and where Van is now. So pretty soon, the supply line should connect and intersect, and people will be able to meet up again. Um, Between this happening, there's been some discussion about uh, moving people around around the commission, getting people up to Aris's tower. Now that it's safe with the dragon princess and prince out of the way, at least for now, uh, and how to get over or under or around the mountain range, not just as an individual group, but as a commission requiring wide supply lines and whatnot. There was also a sighting of a volcano in the southern bay. Uh, After the latest Redshift, you're expecting that a team will be placing Dex's bug device on the opposite shoreline, where hopefully they'll have a decent view of that thing across the water. Um,
What's the bug device do again?
it's like the remote scrying device that's hooked up to the
Oh, okay,
obelisk network.
that. Right.
So you can once it's hooked up, uh, anybody who has access to the obelisk network can actually it works the same way as the obelisk communication system does. It is in fact two-way. So you could in theory speak to somebody who is holding the bug or has placed the bug and is talking to it, and likewise the main purpose is that you can see and hear everything through it. So the plan here is for some people to set that up in a spot deep in the swamp near the coastline, and hopefully
That's a one-way
nothing.
device, right?
No, it is two way. So like
Okay.
if you have it, the way it works is it has to be stationary. The way the magic works, it has to kind of be tied into a location. The device itself is like a miniature obelisk. It's not enough to protect you from the redshift. Something big enough to protect you from the redshift would be too big to carry around. Um, but it uses the same properties that the obelisks do, which is how they're able to have this network where you can magically communicate with each other using one of the devices that you guys found in the redshift zone, presumably made by Vesoth in time past. Um, that's the thing that lets you open a little window to the other location visually and auditorially, and see and hear other people who are interfacing with it. Um, and this works multi-way. Uh, Multi-way conversations around the obelisks have become fairly common. Obviously, it's kind of expected that one does not dominate these constantly. Mostly, they're used by the captains to make plans and arrange for supplies, and as well as Arisa herself and grandmother and the speaking temple that has recently had many of his memories brought back to him. They tend to spend a lot of time chatting. Um, But with the bug in place, that is one more thing that you have access to through that system. So you can even have people in shifts monitor the bug and pay attention to what is going on through its line of sight, basically. Um, so that's not set up yet. It's going to be something that a team will be sent out this week to go put in place. In the meantime, after arriving at Cantum, um, there was some discussion about venturing up into the mountains that the new keep is right at the base at of. Um, and doing some surveying of the land. So I think I can just show you guys what happened. And right now, you're up here.
Could you ping that again?
Yeah, right around
Far
here.
northwest.
Oh, okay. I was looking in the wrong place. Thank you.
So having even after the first wave occurred, Faliel and Shotret joined you up. Uh, you know, I think you guys arrived roughly in the morning, if I remember correctly. Or maybe it was the afternoon, but there was enough time for you to take a few hours to um, find a pathway up some of these mountains, get to a high vantage point, and look out at the land around you. And I have been a little bit generous with your scope of vision here, but basically, all of this has been something that you've been able to take note of. The forest that encompasses Aris's tower, and now you might notice even stretches all the way down to Grandmother's Grove, extends all the way across this vast scope of the land. Um, it splits these two swamplands almost in half, um, and and touches both of the mountain ranges on the west and the east side of what you've explored so far. Um, the main river that runs through Orvis and down in that area, as well as the one that you traveled up when you first arrived in the Redshift zone to enter Fort Maricus, um, seems to originate somewhere in the mountains that you are standing on right now. And to the west, of course, you have the hills where the goblins, um, who all work under the goblin chief Gatna, um, live and have the friendly truce with the commission, and have for some time. You imagine the goblin trip is probably uh, finally home with her escort, that you had provided for her, uh, or at least close to it. And yeah, that's pretty much everything. Now there, what I will say is there could very well be things, especially in this forest, that would be of interest, and you are not able to see from here. It's a long way. You're pretty high up. You have a good vantage over the landscape off to the horizon, but there could always be things buried, uh, kind of at ground level that you're not able to see. So that's always a possibility. But what you're seeing here is not really any castles, no towers, none of that sort of thing. No floating skylands or anything like that either. Um, it's very much a deep wilderness in the middle of Vesoth, um, that you have uncovered, and after taking some notes, I presume, um, with the Redshift on its way and a few days out, you'll all have to spend several days in Keep Canton again. Um, I'm assuming that's okay with you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
for sure.
That was the plan.
If not, this is D&D, and you could choose to die instantly.
Duly
Yeah,
noted.
that's the kind of agency that I like to hear about, but I'm
Yeah.
not gonna avail myself of. Thank you very much.
At any time, you can step outside the range of the obelisk and instantly fail the game. Um, here we are. Now, like I was saying earlier, the amenities at Cantum are not really a whole lot yet. There have not been that many expeditionists who have come here at this time, and Faliel is really a sleep straight under the stars sort of lady. Um, I know you guys have a couple of tents, so you'll probably be fine. And that's
We've got the magic bubble.
yeah, that too. Um, So, you're sure that in the next few weeks, like more people will arrive here. They will turn this into a slightly civilized fort. But for now, really it's a few hastily put together wooden walls um in between some old pillars that are left over from the previous epoch and surrounding what is clearly a old um auditorium of some sort. Not auditorium. I
Is
don't think
this
that's the
is
right.
that the thing that kind of looks like an amphitheater?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
amphitheater. Thank you. It's all very well intact.
So
There's
we're at
plenty
the
of
top
space
of it.
to. It slopes downward into the uh toward the mountainside, and then the sort of stage area is right up against the wall of the mountain.
Is it a
There's
bit
a
of a hike to get up to the top so that you can walk down?
You mean to the top of the mountain?
No, to the top of the you said that walking towards the mountain is a downward steps, right?
Oh yes,
We,
So
yes.
the
you
outer
know,
ring is the top. How do you get to the outer ring? The top of the outer ring or outside
Oh,
that
I
ring?
understand. You are at the base of the mountains here. Um, so basically, you have imagine you're walking at this from a couple miles out. You have the your elevation does start to rise at a certain point, but it's very smooth until you get to the mountains proper. And once you reach this point where the rock erupts out of the earth, the amphitheater is built right at the base of this. Um, and Faliel has told you a little bit, and Shastra, about how they discovered some terrible flying creatures here that had made a nest. But they killed them quite handily, making the Redshift zone ever more safe uh, and amenable to whatever counts for civilization out here. But for now, it's really just the seven of you and your obelisk. It might be 8 if Arisa pops out to say hi. But this is your life for about 13 days.
Well,
Okay, and so how big is this? See this white thing up against the mountain, this white rectangle with
Yeah,
the stage.
how long is
that's the
that?
stage. That's exactly as long as it looks, which is about 70
Okay.
feet.
All right, so that's pretty substantial. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is a decent sized little area to set up a proper
Yep.
wide camp. You've got the wall. The first thing they did here was put up those kind of shoddy wood walls, just for a little bit of basic defense and stuff. And then next steps over the next few weeks are, maybe getting a couple of wooden buildings slapped together, keeping a supply line going. Really, the kind of intention here is this is really going to be a rest stop between Fort Van and either Aris's Tower or some other connective location.
Well, we can help with that in terms of increasing or expanding the infrastructure.
What's the
Oh yeah, and
Can you give us a circle for the radius that we're protected in?
it's pretty much the span of this map. So
So,
there's
like,
not really.
the outside of the amphitheater is probably kind of it, or more.
So if you really it's about what you can see is the radius. I can't do a
Oh, okay.
circular map, but yeah, and there's not a whole lot of usable terrain off to your west, but pretty much
Right.
everything here, a little bit outside the walls, is safe, which is kind of the traditional format that the commission likes to use. Just because you don't want the Redshift to be literally hugging your walls. That seems a little
Uh,
scary.
mm, what building materials do they have available here?
Honestly, not much. Th
Well, is
things are
stone easier to obtain than wood, for example?
Well, you could always, if you really wanted to rip up the amphitheater or do some stuff with the hill itself that you have adjacent to you, including even if you really wanted to, you could always try carving into that hill, and perhaps that'll be something that the commission is interested in doing if they have any people who are into that sort of thing. Um, but Shashrat will tell you. Really, at current time, Faliel and I are have taken a sort of custodian position over uh this place while we wait for everybody else to prepare, bring supplies, and get here with in the next waning. So um what welcome to the frontier once again. uh
Yeah, well, just like old times, just a little bit further ahead, I suppose.
Yep.
If we have enough wood and materials available that we could make a roof, I could probably start putting together like a dirt structure. We would just need to kind of tamp it down along the way. Stuff, but we could probably get foundation assembly that we.
Yeah, that could work. Yeah, you definitely have time and quite a few idle hands around here. So, if you wish to spend that time, moving some stuff around and trying to set the groundwork for the people who are going to be arriving. It's also easy for you to get in touch with Van and make those sort of plans and arrange for the people who are on their way to be ready for it.
Yeah,
Uh, you do have the
definitely.
obelisk, so you're able to get in touch with everyone. Um, now, I think the big question is where to next for the gang. Um,
Were there any
uh,
other sightings of wyverns with kind of talk around the obelisk?
um, if you bring it up to the other captains, they'll pretty much give you a universal nope, didn't see anything. But we'll keep an eye out for one. With where you are over here, you also haven't seen your wyvern or any other wyvern past day
What
before
was
the
the terrible flying creature then? If it wasn't a wyvern,
Oh,
do
it
we have
was.
oh
some description of?
oh yeah, Faliel will tell you they were kind of harpy-esque. Uh, they
Aha, okay.
they were
Oh,
loud. They had some sound effects. Uh, she'll say they almost even got Shashret to walk right into their nest of his own accord, and I had to slap him. Um, but yeah, it was nothing we couldn't handle. It was fine. It was fun. Definitely not a wyvern though.
Okay.
So perhaps there's a wyvern living in the area. We'll just have to um, keep an eye out for it.
yes. I know some unknowable, well, partially known past. There were a couple of wyverns over by, oh, what's that called? Chose.
Jose?
Yeah. They were up in the hills, mountain, uh, near a patch of medicinal herbs that were around it. I'm not sure if they're still there. It was one of those little flashback things.
Hmm. Joshua says, "Well, that's no surprise about the wyverns anyway. They do build their nests up in the mountaintops. Um,
I'm surprised that they're not affected by the Redshift.
they're just beasts, so they could be affected by it.
Well, I mean, unless they're going home to Big Daddy Dragon's protective shield, whatever they do.
Hmm.
Of course, that could be something that's keeping their numbers low.
Yes, we've heard about your exploits with the new princes and whatnot. Um, it would be, I think, a small problem if a dragon king had an army of wyverns. A few, 3, 5. I think we could handle that many. Let's hope we don't see a fleet of them over the horizon. Uh, these these princes cannot travel during the redshift. Yes,
Correct.
hmm, that's good then.
helpful. We still have no idea exactly where they may be looking. If there's a spot in particular we think they might be attempting to scry upon, maybe we would be able to have Captain Van check it out. I'm sure one of his eyes is able to see the sort of revealable wisp that something true sight would be able to spot and being scryed upon. What we can do about it, not sure. You could shoot a beam at it. I'm not
Van
talking to Van
actually,
right now, am I?
he does not have true sight in any form.
Really?
Uh,
Huh.
he's got anti magic, which he can uh, optionally use thanks to his special made magic item he carries. But
That's
um,
helpful. I wouldn't expect that'd be safe during a redshift, though.
oh no, he's got an anti magic stone that he keeps in his gut, which disables his anti magic ability, and he could just take it out whenever he wants, and reactivate his anti magic ability. The rest of his eyes work as normal. So he's got things like disintegration and telekinesis and paralyze fear and all that sort of stuff. He doesn't use too many of them too often. Because a lot of that stuff is dangerous, or like a charm ray is just not the sort of thing you use on friends in the commission. But he can do all sorts of stuff.
Wait a minute. You just gave me a great idea. Could he use his disintegration eye to cut holes into the mountain here so we can have like a bit of a cave system?
That is something beholders are known to do. Um, so yeah, Van would certainly make it easy. Um,
Well, heck. Captain Van, I think we might have conscripted you for some burrowing up front here when you make it.
um, yeah, on the line with him, he says, I haven't burrowed since I was a supervillain. So I'll have to see if I've still got it and remember how to make things structurally sound, but I'll give it my best shot, I suppose.
Well, I mean, if we have like an architect we can get up here at the same time, or someone who really knows stone, like someone. No, we've got people. Really make.
That's a good idea. Normally I would just look at something and see the future shape in my brain, and then uh create like a painting. But having somebody actually guide me with a studied hand, we might be able to make something good out of this.
Yeah, like that. That'll be great.
Oh man, once I can peel myself away from the business over here, I'll have to take a trip down to where you all are and help out. Um,
This could easily go from a rest stop to a well fortified location. I'm actually kind of excited about that.
as long as the obelisk does work through stone, I'm pretty sure it does. I mean, aside from the walls of buildings,
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure. I'll ask Dex. I'll give him a call, and we'll
Yeah, that can go into the design. I almost wonder if kind of like air vents or somewhere for smoke and steam and stuff like that to escape will kind of work the same way with magic, but give the give the dome a little bit more reach zone so it's not destructive.
like carve like a slot for the event horizon, so to speak.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, you've got to have windows, right?
yeah. Yeah.
Well,
I'm liking this
I
idea
suppose it
even
would be
more.
nice for our sunlight sensitive expeditionists to not have windows, but um, we have curtains, and I can make some rooms without windows always, and the usual.
That could be fun.
Well, all right. Um.
That could be fun. Oh, there was one thing I almost forgot that I wanted to tell you all. While you were out and about this week, I had been exploring with a team through through the upside down city, um, and it is rather treacherous up there. Um, there's lots of ropes, and I've gotten a good workout on my telekinesis, uh, carrying people from. It's kind of like shooting people, jumping from windows to windows in jumping from stalactite to stalactite, except they're all buildings left over from Vesoth. We found a little bit, um, a couple things of interest. I actually found a an intact notebook that I've been reading, or I've already read. Uh, it wasn't that long, and I'm a quick reader. Um, and there wasn't that much about the Redshift in it, but it sounds like the people of Ragend, because they were so far away from where the Redshift began, um, had actually managed to evacuate their city.
Hmm.
That's what I've been
Interesting.
able to glean from it so far. There's talks about organizing an exodus of some sort, heading west, um, and it sounds like many of them were aiming to cross the border into the Empire of 1,000 years ago, um, and it it sounds like by the time this was written, plans were really underway. There were mass caravans evacuating families out of the city, um, before things got bad. Um, there was some talk of uh, handfuls of people who would preferred to stay in their city and brave out um, the Great Red Storm, as they seemed to call it in their notes.
Interesting.
Um, but we haven't found any evidence of people so far. If there were any people left here, their remains are long gone, or perhaps have fallen into the deep pit below. Um,
Hmm.
Still,
That's interesting. They at least had the idea to get the hell out of there.
Yes, well, it sounds like seeing that thing coming. I mean, I certainly
That's interesting that they had some warning.
it does take a few days. It sounds like that's always been the case. Um, there's no record of the Redshift ever moving faster or slower than it has today, and we've not been able to uh, take note of any variation in it as of yet ourselves, aside from the couple of times that the first wave has occurred twice. Um, but it does seem like even back then, the time between it starting and reaching its greatest diameter, where it was several days, what we're used to.
That was a really good find. There's so. What else is in there that hasn't been?
We're still crawling through the place. It's pretty hard to get around, and we're kind of trying to do this in an organized fashion. A grid-based system through a big city. Um,
That makes.
I can't say there's been any evidence of your new draconic friends here either, aside from the fact that the Upside Down City is over a pit of lava. Um, but I would wager that that is simply due to the nature of the uh, mountain being turned on its head.
Yeah, I could. That. Hmm. Oh,
Um,
okay. Definitely not a place you want to fall.
No, we've had to be very careful while exploring this. It's not easy to get to either. I mean, for all of you, I can fly there, but it is a ways up, so it's hard to even get supplies up the mountains to that location. So it has been a bit of a project up here. Um,
Sounds like an interesting challenge, though.
I've been having fun.
I
Uh,
thought that you had been. It sounds like it.
There's this story from the book of tales that we're reading. We seem to run out of them. The group of no return. It was about a castle that when the hero thought he defeated the villain plaguing the land, it turns out there was another castle built up above it, upside down, up in the sky. But it was navigable. Like you could get through. It was the exact same as the castle below, but it took a little, and it took him learning some extra stuff. But he was able to navigate the upside down castle. It very hard to depict stage, but we got some stuff. It was great. Something about a castle and a banner.
you could just levitate upside down. Am I right?
Yeah. Uh, well, I'm glad that you're able to navigate through it safely.
Well, again, for me, it's easy. I can
I
fly
guess
around.
taking the others there to go through it
Uh,
safely.
yeah, for everybody else, like I said, lots of ropes, lots of telekinesis to help out.
If you've got booze that you can get supplied over there, there's a certain four-winged, multi-eyed fairy that might be able to be recruited to kind of help. investigate.
uh, is this somebody you've recently recruited?
Not recruited, but they seem to like having their little acorn cup full of a nice drink, and I think it was wine that Alvis gave.
Yeah.
And they seem to be not only Redshift proof, but in fact, claim that their rather symmetrical enhancements are from the Redshift. They just dwell in it. It's no big deal. So for them to be able to be recruited to, give the place a nice, thorough investigation that someone who can get into small places can do. I wonder if they'd be able to help map things out a lot.
The fact that I know you've told Lucent about this person, but haven't told me about them yet, I am wounded, friend. Send them my way as soon as you can. I'd love to meet them.
Yeah. Listen, did they ever come by Marissa's tower?
Um, I guess she's on the line now. She says, well, no, actually. No sign of your pixie friend just yet. Although I have been I did manage to get some wine brought up from Orvis. I have a bottle ready.
Fantastic. Well, hopefully she'll come by at some point. Yes, I'll definitely send her along if did in a little bit of long term fun. She might already know some stuff about the place. Seemed like she was pretty attached to that forest over near where the dragon siblings had their fort. But who knows? Could range the whole area.
Oh yeah, it is a very big forest.
Right.
Um,
Well, it sounds like the design and architecture of what we're going to do with this fort here is up to whenever you're able to get over here. It's going to be a bit sure. We can get some of the structures going, kind of coordinate and work on plans for that now, or at least get areas kind of prepared for it. But
yes, that's a good idea. So you all get started on that. I'll speak to some of the gang I have over here and get some builders on the way. Now, for the rest of you, what do you intend to do next? Are you staying in the area or returning eastward?
I was at least hoping that we could attempt to get a look at the rest of this mountain range, westward from here. So I was hoping to take a climb before we headed back.
sounds like a good idea. I was kind of curious about that myself.
Joshua says we haven't had anybody able to get in that direction just yet, since we've been a little preoccupied with setting everything up. So uh, you'd have first claim of whatever you find. W-
I don't think
if
we
you
worry about that
decided
so
you want,
much, but
if you decided to not go in that direction, once we have some more people over here in the next couple weeks, we'll likely go um, account for everything in that direction ourselves, though. So if you feel like you have better things to do, then don't let us hold you up.
Hmm. I feel like we still have a lot of ways we can go from here. There is going back over to that swamp, investigating further. There,
Ultimately, my real goal is to get up to oh god, what is the name of that city at the north end of the mountain range?
Gray Bass,
Yeah.
or
Yeah, that was it.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'd like to do that too. It's going to probably require setting up an obelisk place with the cloud.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured that one of the reasons we were reconnoitering the way we were was so that there was an opportunity to shift resources around as needed from the rest of the team, but also so that we could make sure we were actually secure here before pushing forward.
Yeah. Case.
And Folio says, and we haven't seen wing or tail of anything dragon princely down here. Really, it's been a little peaceful aside from the occasional monster.
What sort of monsters have you been across here?
You know, big scary birds, um, big scary boars, uh, things that don't really have names but try to kill me anyway. Um, I think we saw a ghost one time.
Hmm.
It was hostile.
Ah,
More of a
well,
more of an evil shade, I would reckon.
gotcha. Nothing you can't handle, it sounds like.
I can still hit ghosts with a club, believe it or not. It works. You just got to do it. You just got to swing it a little harder than normal.
I figure it'd work better than blades, more surface area. Yeah, do what you got to do.
I think with Ghost, it's kind of like the thought that counts, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
The
it's
more I want to smash it, the more smashed it gets.
Right.
Yeah. I guess that's why I'm good at it. Oh, there was a slime monster once. Uh, I was up, I was up near when we first got started here. Van helped with that. It was really big. We thought it was like uh pool of mud, and then it came to life. And then I think it was trying to eat us, but it did not succeed.
Why does that sound familiar? Pool of mud
Oh
that came to
no,
life.
that was a frog Hema. That was different. I think that's
Okay.
There, there are lots of things in this zone that come to life and try to eat you, I suppose. Um, I at least have nearly been eaten quite a few times. I assume it's much the same for you. We've been on similar quests. Uh, even if ours are not so as glorious as yours.
I'm not sure about the glorious part. There have been times it was pretty dicey.
I'm also not sure who's actually wanted to eat us. Who would have just been killing us slowly. I mean, sure, Elvis almost got devoured right in front of me, but there are only two of us.
Yeah, generally we've been, lucky enough to fight foes that wanted us dead just to kill us. That's not lucky at all. Now that I think about it.
I think it might be better than the alternative.
Well, if
Having
they're
a-
smart enough to want you dead, then they're usually smart enough to trick. And
There's that.
we always have
Well,
ways
that's a
of
good
getting
point.
the advantage that way.
Angela was telling me stories about your encounter with the giant and the one who swims.
To be honest, I was worried that she was going to sneak under my.
Under the hut.
Yep.
Yeah.
But she didn't.
Yeah.
That is a not unreasonable concern.
Even if she did, it wouldn't have broke it. I actually had the poison or the bug venom on my dagger ready to stab her if she did. So, a regrettable move if it was done.
Yeah, I'm gonna admit, man, that was pretty that was pretty dicey. I wasn't sure we were gonna make it out of that one.
There've been a couple of those where I wasn't sure we were going to make it.
Oliel says, "I heard about that one at the with the salamanders, and that was I was so far away when it was happening, and I wish I had been able to teleport over there."
I wish you two would have been there. That certainly would have helped the battle.
I mean, that said, if I had to pick between, say, discovering an upside down city and fighting a pitched battle with a force far overwhelming of our own, I'd take the city. Even hanging out with the Beholder, because Van's a good dude.
Yeah, he's pretty fun.
I don't even know why
Yes,
you
honest,
said even hanging out with the Beholder. It's awesome hanging out with the Beholder.
Right?
Indeed, don't assume I have quite as much of a death wish as this woman here.
I mean, worst came to worst out there, I can levitate and have Badath pull me to safety. So I wouldn't be too worried about falling.
That's pretty fun.
Then after that, I'm sure I could find a scroll of it at a decent price, learn it, just have it hang. Or fly. Flying is another good spell.
Yeah, you don't even need the help.
But kind of thing you need to have all the weapons ready and all the other. Can't quite mix and match. Otherwise, offenses or lose my offense or lose, balancing all your wizard. But I guess that still doesn't exactly answer the question of what we're gonna do next. Could you bring the map up again real quick, please?
Yes, I can.
Well, there's not a whole lot left to discover, really, on this side of the map, unless we want to head to like the ruin that's up north that Van already investigated? Or
Right.
It would be either seeing what's on the north side of the swamp there, maybe a little other stuff towards the center if there's anything worth checking out. Or otherwise, I think just kind of being on hold until we can get an obelisk set up at the cloud site. And then we would, from there, be able to feasibly get Vrabas got out.
Yeah. Now I know there were also some discussions about potentially sailing, across the bay, south around the coastline, um, barring this dangerous volcano situation. Um, Obviously, other methods to get through around near the mountain range or the glass wall. Um, the the brigadier, you are expecting her to be sending a team out to Chose this week, as well as a team out to. She was gonna send 3 teams out, one to the fog location, one to Chose, and one to Nasharala's fort, um, to grab the rest of the stuff there. Now that all the traps have been triggered. Um, so those
Yes.
are going to be
Cool.
happening at the next break in the Redshift. The team going to the Fog Hill is most mostly a survey team. We don't have another obelisk ready yet. Um, uh, that's right. Expeditionist Rodile did find an island here out in the bay too. Uh, there was not too much investigation on it done. They did not stop for it, but they did mark it on the map. So uh, there's still some unexplored area in the bay, but uh, who knows what could be in that area for now. They may get a little more in there once if the volcano region is deemed safe to pass. Um, and probably in a couple weeks, a road from like a path uh, from Cantum to Aris's tower will be arranged. Somebody will trailblaze a decent way to get through this forest here. Um, maybe more like this or something. You know.
Yeah.
Uh, and the Brigadier seems fond of the idea of maybe moving into Chose, although it does seem likely that the dragons already know about that location very well. So living there may not be optimal, depending.
Yeah.
Right. Just in that it's a scryable site, you mean?
Yeah. What else is there on this map? There's quite a few things.
Hmm. That's what that for. And we could also try to find a route over the hills past the glass. I don't
Yeah,
think we'd have too much time by the time we got there, though.
Yeah, well, in the format we're running this campaign at the moment, we could always have multiple redshifts occur in a single campaign if you guys really want to move large distances at the moment.
Yeah, we would have to if we wanted to get there with time to do anything.
Mhm. But yeah, the the plans to get a supply line going really require a pass of some kind, either one found or created. Um, hell, at this point, you imagine the team would even take some kind of teleportation mechanism if you were able to find something so marvelous. Um, but anything that I want you guys to fully like grok the idea that um the mountains that you're looking at are kind of this, you know,
Right. Yeah.
Off
Gotcha.
Totally.
off the west, you mean?
to the off to the east. The ones that you're actually at the base of right now are fairly manageable. Although you know, you'd rather go around them than over them any day. But
Yeah.
the range that splits Vesoth in half is treacherous and difficult. And you know, you imagine in its day it was a great natural barrier for the kingdom. Um, but now it is causing you some problems thanks to this strange wall.
I'd like to, now that I think about it, head up to where the source of the river that leads down to where the vault is at, all the way along west, and then also forks out Orvis and this bridge. I kind of like to investigate the water source itself, see if there's
That's definitely an option.
anything to know about it, or at least make sure it's a secure location. For all we know, there could be a dragon living there.
Right. Uh, I would be game for that.
Ernest, Maya, what do you think?
I'm game for exploration. I have a particular interest in Jose, but I'll go wherever the team wants to go.
I'm honestly fine with whatever. There's a part of me that's still interested in trying to find a way through the mountain range.
Right. Like
off
I
to the east.
really want to go to Vrabast. I just don't see how we can get there right now.
Yeah, it's a very long way, you know,
Mm-hmm.
And safely.
like somewhere up in this
Safely
area, you
return.
know.
Right.
Yeah, it really will require us to have an obelisk over at the cloud site. That's pretty much, unless there's some other meaningful
Yeah, and I
stop along
mean,
the way.
once you get one there, like this whole space, you know, gets viable, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, in the short term, investigating the source of the river seems like a good idea. I mean, like I was already, suggesting that we try to get up to the ridge line of these mountains here, so that we could get a view of that area. Going and seeing it firsthand would be just as useful, more so actually.
yeah. And
Yeah, and you know it would be quite speedy to like follow the base of these mountains, and then if you have to cross them, go that sort of direction.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, definitely.
It does seem to be pretty straightforward from what we can see on the map.
Well, okay then, if that's what you all want to do, we can get moving right now.
Cool.
The redshift is clear. Today is the 16th of Cadiz, the 7th month. And you are free to go where you want.
Oh, very important.
Yes.
Anybody who's cast spells, you should probably long rest, because we just did a long rest.
Yes, you did. Yeah, if you did not do it last time, I don't think we did. So
No, we
yeah,
didn't,
go ahead.
because we were
Go ahead
still
and pop
like
that.
heading up to the mountain. Previously, you'd said that there were scouts up there. I guess they're, part of the commission, been insignificant to be going in the camp.
Did I say there were scouts up there? I
Yeah.
honestly forgot what I
Well,
said.
let's just
I
go with my version. They're there, but they're like such low tier NPCs, they aren't even in the cuts.
I was going to say it was just the two friends that you have for now while everybody else is out you know uh getting ready to run the big supply run for next time. Um that seems like a fun retcon.
So the supply run's coming here, right?
Indeed. Yes, you have a fairly significant number of people due on their way this week to get over here and also to start the proper explorations into like all of this area
Gotcha.
from Canton.
Good. Okay.
But yeah, in the meantime, you guys have a few days between Redshift to get over into this area. So um if I think we're on the can you guys see your initiative in the turn order?
Yeah. Oh, I just
Yeah.
rolled again.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So if you want to click your tokens and re-roll it, you can get an initiative order and we can start moving.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh. Come on, first. Okay.
All right. So as usual, the first day out from the keep will be completely safe, so you won't have any random encounters there. So if you just want to move 4 hexes first, um, go right ahead, and then we'll do the first player gets to move the first 2 hexes, and then take turns doing each hex after that, as usual.
So we'd be going to about here, right?
Yeah, that's up to you guys, however you want to navigate this. But yeah, if you wanted to get here in the first day, that is perfectly possible.
Good.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So it's the first day that doesn't have any.
Correct.
2, 3. Yeah. Okay.
And then Irenaeus, you can move 1 hex for free in the morning of day 2, and then second hex that will require you to roll. Now, hold there. If you're actually planning on going up into the mountains proper, this is going to slow you down significantly.
Now, hang on. Were we going around the mountain range, or were we going?
We're gonna
Yeah,
follow
we're
the
gonna follow-
river.
Exactly. Yeah.
Find the mouth of the river. Okay, thank you. I don't know
But
why.
what we don't know is if it's an underground stream, an underground river,
Yeah, this
or
could
if
all be,
it's
it could all be.
if there's
maps.
actually a lake or something.
This is encounter check.
Yes, indeed. You're fine. Yeah, midday, second day. Weather's fine. It's hot. Uh, the middle of summer. But you're sort of in the shadow of these mountains here. so it's not all that bad. Um, and you can see as you travel around this southern point, there is kind of a bend uh, around and upward in the way these foothills are arranged. So as you go over the few hours, you're able to kind of take that curve going west to north. Nimbus, you have the afternoon. Right. Uh, oh, go ahead and roll an encounter check. But for now, kind of more woods. It seems like the outskirts of the forest, the very tips of it might extend into this area below the mountains for now. You don't note anything particularly special in the area, though. Um, Things are peaceful for you guys at the moment. Naya, if you'd like to move, you can move a hex and then take the nighttime roll.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go that way.
Okay.
And then you want to encounter check, right?
Yes, please. So yeah, at this point,
Got a 4.
Okay. That is totally fine. You end up at the bank of the wide river. Presumably,
Oh, I
you
see it
assume,
on the.
yeah.
Okay.
You assume this is the same one that you've spotted that goes in this direction. It's flowing south. The one that goes past Orvis and Fort Maricus all the way to the ocean. So
Yeah, I'd probably spot up the area with Badath.
absolutely. And Naya, you know that you can always water walk over this if you really wanted to. But this is a major river that uh would take a couple minutes to cross on foot even with water walk.
Okay.
For now you're able to set up camp on the eastern side. So unless you guys tell me you're gonna cross it, I'm gonna assume you're gonna stay on the eastern side.
What time is it?
Uh you're camping, it's nighttime now.
Okay, yeah, we're staying right here.
Yeah.
You can cross it in the morning.
And yeah, if you do want to cross it, I mean, again, you have water walk, so it's easy enough for your
Right.
party comp right now. But it's a good spot to take a break anyway.
Yeah, it sounds pretty. Is it pretty?
Terrible monsters aside, the wilderness of Vesoth is quite impressive. 1,000 years later, there aren't many things left aside from the ruins of cities, dozens of miles apart from one another. The occasional strangely shifted or remains of a keep or castle or something. Um, Really, you know, the country has been very, very much reclaimed. Um, and while there's the occasional wandering, terrifying monster, even before coming to the Redshift zone, um, anybody who knew about it would know that every 10, 20 years some wannabe hero type would make a big deal about going into the Redshift zone, and if they came back at all, it would be with stories of horrors and um, death and terror. Or if a group of people went in there, they'd talk about how half of them ended up shifted and attacking the other half of their party, and only one of them got away just barely, with the red miasma lapping at their heels. Aside from that, it's pretty though.
Naya appreciates pretty.
Yeah, I mean, she's spent a lot of time just wandering through wilderness areas, right?
Yep, and she also spent several years underground with the dwarves. So it's like, a vista, kind of like home, you know?
Okay, I gotta ask this of Naya then. Did Naya? So she's from the far north, and to
Yes.
be honest, I know where that is on my world map, but I haven't really mapped it yet. I just kind of have you. I have you in a kind of here be Dragonborn location, um, but did she? Did she travel down? If she lived underground with the dwarves for a long time, did she live in Ilram Rawl for a while?
I don't know,
Um,
sir. We never gave it a name.
well, there are a few places that dwarves have thrived over the centuries, and um, Ilram Rawl is probably the main one, because it is um, the location that is defined by giant underground cities under mountains where they mine mithril and magic gemstones. A couple of other places. There are some old dwarven keeps in Kalaja. Um, some of them have been, abandoned and invaded by drow nowadays. They're there. But if Nai's from the north, I mean, she's a druid of the coast, so did she like travel down the coastline a bit?
Yeah, um when she originally left home,
Yeah.
she just I mean, her tutor had said something, just something vague and general about that there were others maybe more like her
Now
south.
she would have had to give the dead lord's domain a wide berth on her way down the western coastline.
I haven't,
Um,
we never OOC, sir, we never sorted this out. We never
no,
wrote
we
a
didn't.
backstory
That's why
with
I'm
this.
doing it right now, because
So,
I'm interested in it.
okay. So all she had really was she had to leave home by the time before her 15th name day,
Yeah.
and she was supposed to go south, quote unquote, south, whatever that means. So she kind of set a target for south and she just wandered. And then eventually she hit civilization, and there actually were druids, and she hooked up with them, but it was all very trial and error, and what's a dragonborn doing down here and all that stuff.
Yeah, because most Dragonborn live around Kotaro, which is way down on the southern
Well,
coastline,
and
like
she's a
south
silver
of.
dragonborn, which is generally seen only in the north.
Yeah,
So
they're way
she
more
is
common up there.
she's out of place, she's out of she's just you know and noticeable. 6 foot tall dragonborn, silver. So but she didn't have a plan. She didn't have a map. She didn't have anything. She just knew to go south. And so she wandered, and she doesn't even know really for how long. But when she finally did hook up with with druids, she found a teacher and she found a circle, and it was by the water. And once she formally adopted her teacher, and the coast and the circle, then they sent her to the dwarves. It's like, go here, go learn. Learn the language, learn the people, learn,
Yeah.
and learn healing. Because they need it. They need a healer. So we're sending you to go here. Go intern in this
No,
place.
that makes perfect sense because okay, so Ilram Ral is I've been writing a lot of lore for it recently. It's super decentralized and like a libertarian's paradise, but that also means they don't have a central structure for social safety nets. So like the idea of readily available medicine is not that great in the area, and they actually rely heavily on the people who can do like divine works and stuff like that, or druids in your case, who are similarly not quite divine, but naturey.
Okay, so looking at this map you gave me,
Yeah,
it makes sense that she'd be from Ilram Ral. But then, I didn't have a thing in terms of making her go through the desert.
right. Well, no. So she'd be from even further north. She'd be from
Oh, okay.
like north of this map entirely because she's from the tundra, right?
Yeah, I always had it kind of like Arctic,
Yeah.
tundra. Yeah.
So
I mean, there
I think
were
it must.
trees, so she wasn't above the tree line.
Okay, I think it's got to be a situation where I've got to add some space north of this and have it so that this this isn't spoilers, so let me just you've all seen this before. I've thrown the world map in here a couple times, but um she would have been like her small civilization must be in the Arctic north of Eris, which is we are in the northern hemisphere. It is it is in that area where that would make sense for the climate to be like that. Um,
Okay.
I imagine she must have taken a boat down around like down the coastline, avoiding Oricos because you have to. Um, you can't go there if you ever want to leave. Uh and anybody who sails past that location would know that.
Yeah, she kind of avoided people
Yeah.
and stuff. She's young, and yet she's just compelled
I imagine there must
to
have
leave.
been, you know what it would be. There are likely Arctic fishing boats that come from Domus and Ilramral, go north around the area that Naya is from, and go there like seasonally. And there's probably at least some kind of a town where they stop while they're out there for a
Yeah.
while. But then in the colder months they would return back home. And so I imagine Naya must have like hitched a ride with one of these vessels.
Probably. She didn't. It's not like she had a lot of money, but what's a lot of money to person A is not a lot of money to somebody else. And she came from a wealthy family, so
Yeah, I mean,
she
like,
had more money than a lot of people have.
yeah, and even the situation of like, hey, I am alone and need a boat. Can you let me stow away? It's like this can be made to happen. And then
Especially
getting
when you're a towering dragonborn.
sure, yeah,
You might only be 15 years old, but people kind of go, "Oh, sure, okay, whatever you like." You're not smiling at me, are you?
and then yeah, like going down that coastline a little bit, landing southeast of Oricos in either Domus or Iloro, then living there for a little while, a couple decades. That makes perfect sense for Naya. Um, and then
Okay, well, you want to plug that into the into
to
the
the real lore.
backstory that we didn't that we didn't write.
I mean, yeah, you if you want to put it on your character sheet, you can absolutely write down this canon information now. And you said she would have been living in one of the big cities, right?
Yeah, I mean, she got to somewhere um, that was, bigger than Wasteland, but probably more like a village or hamlet or something. And then they directed her further in some direction to a town. And at that point, she's not really following directions. She doesn't have a compass.
Yeah.
She only has her gut and kind of a nose and this compulsion to find her people like her. So the very first group that she came across, she like adopted them as hers. It's not like she even really knew that there were other kinds of druids, but what she ran across and what took her in and trained her, or at least started that training, was druids
Or
of the coast.
she would have bumped into an enclave like very early on as she's wandering around. Perhaps that there must be some fishing villages around the coastline, that sort of thing. So if that's kind of what she has an affinity for, just like walking north to south that direction,
Hmm.
um, surely she'd find it might have even been a situation where she was just walking, hiking that long trek, and happened across some person doing magic, nature magic. I was like, holy shit!
Well, and her experience with anything of it is limited to the experience that she had with the wolf when she
Yeah,
like shape shifted into the wolf and became a wolf, for however long that lasted. Like the entirety of her being was no longer dragonborn but was wolf. And so she was trying to fumble around and ask people about, it looks like you're doing magic. Could you tell me where I might find somebody who knows about this? And every time she talked to somebody, she'd take a little bit of that exchange and refine her languaging and her understanding so that she could do better with the next person she ran across. So by the time she actually ran across the druids of the coast that adopted her, per
and
se,
with
she had a
good
little bit
luck,
of like lingo, a
yeah,
little bit.
and with good luck, it wouldn't be too hard to find, somebody meeting that criteria too.
Yeah, it's just an kind of an odd, specific niche thing. So it's like you might see a wizard out there doing a spell or something like that, and it's like, no, that's not it. Like that's
Right,
fancy
right.
and that's cool and everything, but that's not what I'm looking for. I need somebody who can teach me about this specific thing that I experienced. And they kept
Yeah,
pointing her to druids, druid, druid, druid.
there are there is an order of monks in that region who might have encountered her and pointed her in the right direction. They do elemental studies, but uh, that seems like the sort of group who like they do around and do charity work around a lot of the big cities in the region.
And where
And
are they on that map?
in Ilramral. So if
Okay.
Naya's in that area at the time looking for you know, a druid of any kind, she may bump into somebody from that group, and that would be precisely the sort of person who might even be able to point her in the right direction. I mean, if anyone was gonna be friends with an order of druids in that region, it would probably be the Order of the Phoenix, or that's a Harry Potter thing. The Temple of the Phoenix.
Okay. Yeah, in my mind's eye when I was writing it up and I could see her so clearly, it's definitely like Arctic. It doesn't exactly look quite as barren as Antarctica, like
Yeah.
you see on National Geographic and stuff, but it's
No,
pretty damn close to that, except
think I
that it
get
has trees.
yeah, like it's above the tundra line, right?
Yeah, except that there were a few trees here and there. There was
Yeah.
a little bit of scrub, and there were some trees. So wherever her clan had its homestead or whatever they would
Like
call
Alaska,
it,
basically.
yeah,
Yeah.
like I mean, there's parts of Alaska that look like that picture just above the map, right?
Oh yeah.
And then there's parts of Alaska that are at the base of those mountains. So at the base of those mountains is a quite a livable situation in terms of having some trees and scrub and maybe even Arctic farmland, you know. So I mean, her family came from a place like that, and from their perspective, and from the other Dragonborn's perspective, in anywhere in the known world, um, you know, her Clan Quillix was dominated that area. They were the uh, king, queen, duke, duchess, count, countess, whatever of that zone.
Are they that big that they have
The
a king
clan was
proper?
that strong. It was that renowned. It was famous.
I've always kind of had the understanding that they were relatively small. Like they do, they own this location, obviously. But um but it's not like a nation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a nation.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking, more like county, like
Okay. 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 Okay.
countess.
I think
You know,
we have,
county.
yeah, that makes
But
sense.
they're definitely the family in charge.
So, like, if anybody were to travel to that location, it would be very obvious who, that there are people here and that they have a presence in this location already, and you know who to defer to in all situations.
Yeah, I never did the details on a backstory, but there would be a banner. There would be, you know, all the holdings of her clan would be represented by banners and stuff like that. So
No, this is
that
good
kind of
information. This is
that information would be common to the entire area. But you know, it's like I said, this is like Alaska.
yeah, and you know
And so
what?
it's not like there's some big city somewhere or even a town. We're looking at like a village.
No, yeah, exactly. It would be like like a very large frontier village that is like if you came there from a city, you'd be like, "Oh, what is this shitty little place?" But, for where it is, it's like the most powerful like civilization in the region, right?
Yes. And amongst the clan, not necessarily anybody who's not a dragonborn. Like, how would they know and how much would they care, you know?
Yeah.
Her clan was famous for having this kind of a shtick that they did.
Now,
And that she was outside the shtick was a great potential and probable source of shame, which is why she left.
right, because it's all paladin.
It's all what?
It's all paladins.
Paladin, warrior, and cleric. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a very
Those three.
specific
It's very
archetype.
specific. Yeah. And it's, you know, it's the females and the males, they all followed this thing for dozens and dozens of generations, and so she was the weird one.
And they've got this whole like silver purity thing going on.
Yes. Yeah, the story is that if she defiles the name of the clan, then her silver scales would tarnish. That's why it's such a big deal for her. Because, it would be very apparent if she did something that would bring, I don't know, something bad, a stain to the clan or the name of the clan or whatever, because, it'd be obvious her scales would start to tarnish.
Okay, so I'm not fully done. I'm still indulging, but I want to just interject.
Well, thank everybody else for indulging you.
Yeah. I'm
Also
having a
grab
great
dinner.
time. Can we like canonize this information being like disseminated to the team during camp time or something? Like,
Sure.
is anybody else
Sitting
from the
around a
rest of the
campfire and
party like
shooting the shit,
asking?
and
Yeah,
stuff. Yeah. I can tell my story.
Okay, I like that. Good. Now, I think the one last thing I wanted to say was maybe I think it would be interesting if Clan Quillix got their foothold in the region um, at the time of the culling, which is about 3,000 years ago. Um, because that was when because they're like on the edge of um Eris, right? They're like on the northwestern edge of it. If you imagine the landmass extending off in that direction a little ways.
Oh, I see. Eris. ER''US. Okay.
Yeah. Um, and that dark and terrible forest um had to be defeated at that point in time. Um, at risk of subsuming all civilization on the continent.
What was so formidable about Eris
Um,
as a forest?
so
I don't
this
remember this
was
history.
this was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But there was an event called the Crushing where um, that led to the birth of Lyriel and Wilgaia as countries, but the lands that had existed prior to that, the Gradian Empire, Vesoth, uh, Orikos, they were threatened because the forest had been gradually cleaved away over several thousand years,
Oh, okay.
and uh, essentially what happened was it aggressively tried to reclaim the civilization, um, and you know, there are always thoughts and murmurings that this could happen again someday. Uh, but for now, yeah, I got. Don't worry, I got Skyward's blessing for ripping off that country.
I'm just
Uh,
looking at this going, wait a minute.
I just
Sorry.
take
Sorry.
I didn't ask until I had done it, but it was for a private game at the time, and then it's still a private game for streaming it, but it's cool. Many of my names are not my own. But yeah, the um the point being that the culling um 3,000 years ago would have again it led to the birth of Lyriel and Wilgaia as kind of these like border nations at the edge of the forest. Wilgaia is really more in the forest proper, and I can imagine that perhaps this Dragonborn clan traveled north to kind of participate in the culling from an alternative angle, like the northern northwestern angle, and they settled there afterward. That I think feels like a good thing to make true.
Okay, I can work with that.
I mean, this would be generations and generations before Naya was ever a concept.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
You're talking. They have the same lifespan as humans.
Yeah, roughly.
So you're still talking at least 30 generations ago.
Yep.
But that could have, like working with the forest, working with that particular thing could have set some kind of a testing in motion for the clan that ended up
Like they
developing
would have
over time, like father
they
to
would have
son to
had to be
daughter to son.
warriors.
Yeah, it had to be warriors of us, and then over time and generations, it became of a certain type.
Yeah.
Yeah, just it's not like it started out that way. It was a thing that happened over time.
Cool. Nice. Okay. That was extremely fun. Thank you.
Thanks. It was fun for me too. Probably really boring as shit for everybody else.
Nah, no way.
Hope everybody likes the lore.
Yeah. I mean, that's what the game's about.
We're all a bunch of lore nerds.
So one backstory later, you guys have a very peaceful night. With the sounds of the river and the summer evening, letting you rest and relax out here in the wild. You're able to easily refill your canteens and everything, and go through a bit of rations as usual. And morning eventually comes, and it is a bright new day for Montlaran to have some more exploration.
As a side note,
Yeah.
I did not turn off Goodberry.
Oh, okay. So you still got Goodberry ready to go.
I've still got Goodberry ready.
Do you want to try to use it today instead of rations?
If I can find some berries, sure.
Give me a survival roll.
Just barely, maybe.
Yeah. We'll call that a yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Kind of as you guys are going through the woods. There's a
Well,
couple
right by
points
the
where
river there, that seems like a good location.
Yeah, exactly. There's a couple points where you might be able to stop and just find a
Forage a little
bush
bit.
that you happen to be passing by, and grab a few. And this is the sort of thing where you grab a handful, you collect them off the bush, you say the words and do the somatics, and then the berries don't really transform, but they do kind of like um there's almost a glitter to them afterward for the duration that they last, for the 24 hours.
Well, and then there's what happens inside the body.
Right, which is
the
that
feeling of full and well fed and
turn into a thing,
satisfied,
yeah.
and yeah. All right, cool.
Although I think it's up to everybody else whether they feel satisfied eating a single berry that
I thought that was the way Goodberry. That was its magic. Just a second.
Well,
it's technically enough. Yeah.
It is
stated, but I'm not.
Literally, enough to keep you going, but it is, just like popping a pill, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's not a feast. Okay.
Plenty of water, though.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right. So this is the same river that was all like polluted by Orvis, right?
Yep.
Yes, but that was
problem?
Further south.
Yeah, that was resolved a few miles upriver of Orvis.
Okay.
When the team found that necrotic black object in the riverbed, in sort of like a floating grove in the middle of the river, and there were some sludge monsters in the water, and
I vaguely.
killing them, taking the object, managed to cause that whole thing to collapse, and in a couple days the river had cleaned itself up.
Okay. So we're just up at the source, or heading towards that way, anyways.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, Montlarin, you're up. You've got 2 hexes and 1 roll after you move a hex.
All
That's
right,
not-
yeah. Do we want to cross the river now, or do we want to follow it to its source first?
I'm curious about the source.
Yeah, we should probably get to the source and determine if we should cross it.
All right, so we'll take 1 step north first, and then do you guys want to try to push north again, or do you want to veer a little?
Sure, I'd push.
Try and push north again.
All right.
All right.
Well, I'm
If we-
gonna have to tell you
If we
that
end up in the middle of a lake, that's
yeah, you have to go northeast actually, not north.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Going north here is illegal.
Gotcha.
So yeah, you've discovered a large lake.
nice.
Mountain lake. What's the elevation here?
Um, you're kind of in I don't think it would quite be a valley. But you're in like a much lower area than the mountains above you. It kind of seems like it may create a sort of basin for
Right,
you
okay.
that can be entered from the south and where the river flows out of.
Right, like it's like a reservoir, almost like a giant rain catch.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
And then Montlarin, since you move 2 spaces, you can go ahead and do an encounter check roll.
All right.
13 is totally fine.
Cool.
Yes, let me you would be able to see over the lake a certain distance. So you guys can Irenaeus can decide what hex to move to next. Although there aren't that many choices.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of choice here. Assuming we don't want to cross the river yet, we'll just continue along the shoreline.
I
Uh,
I honestly don't think you would be able to cross the lake on foot because it takes several hours for you to cross each hex, and water walk only lasts 1 hour.
but if we try to cross the river,
Oh, the river,
yeah. All right, so encounter check.
18.
But who knows? Maybe we'll be able to like fully circumnavigate the lake anyways. Just staying at the foot of the mountains.
Yeah, you're fine.
Maybe we can get Neuro to build another tower.
That's what he usually does in the evenings, and I think it'll be his turn to do that in just a moment. So yeah, I think you guys are about to get some decent area reveal. And yeah, it's quite quite peaceful in this area. You haven't really run into anything treacherous. Um, it's very calm. There's a good amount of healthy looking wildlife. Um, even you would say that there's even a fairly low incidence of shifting in the area. Not that it's always super common with the non-sapient things, but every so often you'll see like a bird or a bug or a rabbit with some evidence of shifting. But perhaps coincidental or perhaps something to do with your distance out toward the outskirts of the redshift zone. Nimbus, can I assume at nighttime you're going to do your usual? You might be muted.
First, you want an encounter check, right?
Yeah, this is going to be while you guys are camping.
And then, yeah, would definitely help.
Okay. Whoops.
Well, those are
That's fine. You get an extra one.
deep mountains.
Yeah, we can fill those out for now. Because it's pretty obvious that they're there.
This would be a nice location for something.
Might already be a location for something coming.
True.
True.
Yeah, and
Once we do get around it, I wonder, can you turn into a dolphin? Are you familiar with dolphins?
she
I
has.
don't think I've ever seen one.
Naya has stuff with swimming speed, so I think, right?
I think I can do swimming.
I know you can.
I have to do another level before I can fly.
Yeah, I know you can legally swim.
Yeah, but it's going to have limitations.
You have a crocodile form.
How fast does it?
Let me look.
Swim speed 30. Not the fastest. That's pretty good.
The idea would be kind of scanning around down there to see if there's anything at the bottom of the water.
I can certainly take a look. It's got a bite and a hit.
Yeah, and if you look at the move speed,
Does
area
have
at the
stealth.
top left, it shows the swim speed, which means normally if you're swimming, you're in difficult terrain. But if you have a swim speed, then you're not. Then you just move at your swim.
All right, so speed is 20 feet, swim is 30 feet.
Yeah. But yeah, the evening passes without incident. You guys are able to
I
yeah,
find more berries.
spend another night camping in the orb. Yeah, actually, this place is fairly abundant. It's very easy for you to do so.
Cool.
Nice.
And morning comes around, Naya, it's back to you. So you've got two squares of or two hexes of movement that you can take.
All right.
Again, not that you guys have too
All
many
right, so I
options.
moved over there because, yeah, we don't have very many options. And then encounter check.
Well, actually, I don't want you to do an encounter check.
Oh, okay.
Because regardless of what you roll on that, you do happen across something interesting.
Open mic. Somebody's got an open mic.
Sorry about that.
Bowl. Boom. Okay, I need to. Alice Tavern and Amber Green are not here. They are AFK. Okay. I've assumed that you guys are staying pretty close to the lakeside, which is where I have you right now. And where you are now is a sort of a small bank on the very northern tip of the lake. Now, what you've noticed as you've explored up here in this area is that there are many waterfalls leading to smaller streams that you've been able to easily cross, whether with water walk or just fording them by foot, um, or hopping across rocks, whatever you need to do to get across these things. And those feed into the lake from the mountain, and they kind of encircle the whole lake here. And when you arrive at this particular shore, you see what looks like a creature of a living thing. But quadrupedal, like a horse, um, but sitting on the ground. And there is a sort of spiraling white mass um, upon the forehead that twists down around the head, the neck, the body, and even into the dirt, and seems to have pierced this creature into place. Uh,
Wow.
Huh.
Like a unicorn where its horn got redshifted and got it stuck.
well, now I want you all to roll a. You can do nature or religion to tell me what you know about unicorns.
How well read am I about unicorns?
Well, Lauren knows about unicorns. Okay, Irenaeus knows about unicorns.
Shit.
Naya is the only one who only has a
I got 3 points in it.
sort of, layman's understanding of
You
unicorns.
guys will have
they're,
to tell me about
they're
unicorns.
they're cool holy horses, right?
Something like that.
And they do magic and stuff. The rest of you, it's not uncommon knowledge that unicorns exist. These celestial creatures. Their horns or the magic that they wield are coveted for their healing properties. Um, they are extremely intelligent. Um, like as in they can talk. And when when I say they're a celestial creature, I mean they are literally not even a beast or a fae. They are um, from the
Not
big
from
up there
around
beyond.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The big
So
positive energy plane in the sky.
yeah. Where the sun comes from, or that's what some crazy people say. Now, the what the hell was it? Oh, there was one more piece of important information. Right. The Irenaeus, you also know that anywhere a unicorn layers is usually supernaturally peaceful, abundant, um, pure,
I
and
mean,
safe.
that's pretty much this entire lake bed.
Yeah.
We've
Yeah.
had no
It would
issues
explain a lot.
traveling here just so far. So I think it would be in our best interest to free this creature. I don't know how anyone else feels, but
Yeah,
Oh,
if we
totally.
can.
I was gonna have Montlarin as the uh, holiest representative of the group to approach and uh, see what we can do to help.
Well, I was also looking at sir, when you say that they're intelligent like they can talk, does that mean they speak some kind of common language, or do I need to use speaks to animals?
Um, those of you who know about them know that they usually go in the realms of Sylvan or even Elvish
Okay.
sometimes. They are celestials, so that's an option. Um, and they are even sometimes known to employ telepathy in certain cases. Um, well, actually, I think they probably always use telepathy because they are horse shape, and that's probably how they talk instead of using their mouth.
Right.
Well, I don't think any of you have ever met a unicorn before. This would be your first.
This would be a first, yes.
Yeah.
Nope, there's a story about a talking horse, Mr. George. We only did that one a couple.
Mr. Ed, you mean?
He's a famous talking horse.
Hang on, I gotta go get some water before I roleplay this horse and destroy my throat.
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds like a good time for a bio.
Yeah. Okay,
All right.
sounds good. Well, I'll be back in a second then.
Okay. So we're not in any kind of initiative. But if you all
They all went and took off for a break real quick.
Okay, yes, I see it now. Okay, great, good break time. I'll actually do the same if we're taking a short bit.
Yeah, it seems like a good idea.
I'm back.
Me too. So what I really need to do now, while we wait for everybody else, is I need to, I think, make version 3 of my continent map. I need to figure out how the north part of it is shaped, and also whatever the hell is off on the east side of this continent. I don't know what's over there.
Oh, you haven't figured that out yet?
Bears, maybe. Hard to say.
Bears? Werebears? Clan of Werebears? I haven't got a werebear anywhere in this world, so that might be fun. I've never used them before. No, but yeah. No, I started in 2014 or 15. I started in a
I'm back.
tiny town in Halcyon, in the middle there. Then I made they explored Halcyon. I made Alberna. Irenaeus tried to save a duke and failed in Alberna.
Oh heck! How long ago was that? Oh jeez.
2014.
That was in like 2016. I think we ran that.
That was at a PAX game, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Well, what did we do? We had that one. That might have been 2015 because I didn't do another one for a year or two after that. Because the first one was a little unsuccessful. Although it did end up pretty fun. You guys ended up inciting or avoiding subverting the inciting of a war. I've been meaning to ask you for those character sheets too, the two that are still alive, because I think they're still wandering around somewhere.
Something like that.
Is Montlarn back?
Yeah.
Oh god, he's here. Okay. All right. So in this campaign, you see what seems to be some kind of unicorn. It's obvious enough even from afar and with the strange situation it appears in. Now we're not in any kind of initiative order. If you would like to approach, feel free to move your tokens around. But as far as you can tell, standing about 100 feet away, this thing is sat on the ground and completely still for now.
Is it facing towards the lake?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I see it, I would try to call out to it. Is there any way that I would know whether or not attempting to heal it would be worth anyone's time?
This is a rather obvious shifting situation.
That's what I'm. Yeah.
And when it comes to that, it's really hard to define whether healing will help or not until you try it. Because you've I mean, a person who is shifted and cannot be healed.
Right.
Uh, at the same time, you would notice that parts of this horn do seem to have pierced through its legs, uh, parts of its body. Um, to be completely clear, unless you guys get closer, you're not even sure this thing is necessarily alive.
Yeah. Well, that's why I figured I would try to call out to it as I approached it. Like, I mean, I know enough to know that it would at least understand my intent, if not my actual voice.
Okay. So yeah, then move your token where you want to go, and then you can call out to it.
Yeah, let me refresh my page because all I see is the world map.
Me too.
Oh, did I not move you guys? Oh my god, I'm sorry.
That explains that.
All right.
I thought I did. I must have misclicked the player thing.
Is this ground like muddy, or is it just like a?
It's
Is it beach?
More sandy.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like it's like
Dirt,
the little
sand.
yeah, dirt sand, the shoreline of the lake with a lot of fairly thick trees growing in the area around it.
All right. Yeah, I'd probably stop right there and then like literally call out. Are you awake? Are you alive?
Okay. Can you roll a perception check? With a
Yeah. Let me reopen my character sheet 1 second.
And again with advantage.
Right on.
Yeah, so you notice the unicorn's eye, which was closed, open, and look at you. And even between the locks of its mane, its eye is also draped in the locks of this horn that spreads over it like vines.
Wow.
And you hear his voice in your head. And I believe the way this works is that everybody. Oops. I meant to look up telepathy, but I clicked it. I believe the way that this works is that everybody can hear it.
Is it?
Can.
Is that celestial elvish Sylvan.
Oh, that's
and
what
telepathy?
yeah, that's what the unicorn can do. Creature without telepathy can receive and respond, but can't initiate or terminate. Okay, so it seems like telepathy is a single target. Um, so Montlarin, you hear him in your head, and says, uh, calmly, um, and for you, I imagine because the way telepathy works is you you don't need to share languages for telepathy to actually like be possible and to communicate that way.
Great.
Um, so I imagine it would work for you as your most familiar language, regardless of what the unicorns do.
Right, right.
And you can reply in your head as telepathy. Nobody else will be able to hear you, or you can reply out loud verbally if you want. But did you call out in Elvish?
I called out in Sylvan, actually.
Okay, great. So he says, travelers, what brings you to this unfortunate place?
Before I answer back, I'll sort of, half turn to the rest of the group and I'll say, he's alive. He wants to know why we're here, and then I'll turn back. And you said I heard him in my head. Like I know that, right?
Oh yeah. It's like the unicorn's mouth does not move, and none of the other three of you can hear it immediately. Uh, and yeah, Montlarin, his voice echoes in your head in a way that like you can probably tell that it's not speaking your language, but also it just uh it goes into your head and you understand the words.
Right. I get it. Okay. Uh, yeah. In that case, I'm just gonna keep answering back out loud anyway, because I know
Okay.
Naya can speak Sylvan, so she can follow along at least.
Oh, you taught Nimbus as well.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, totally. Yeah. So I'm gonna start slowly approaching, and I'm gonna say, we're explorers. We've been trying to find our way to the cause of this miasma, this redshift. Um, do you need help? And I'll stop about 15 feet away.
He says, I see. I Your intent seems honest. Um and I thank you for your concern. Um I attempted to keep this place safe. Uh this territory that was once mine. Um but eventually the um redshift, as you call it, got the better of me. Um as you can see, I've been imprisoned ever since. As for help, I'm not sure that it would be possible. Um, but I would like to talk to you if you have time and if it's safe for you out here.
Well, we certainly have some time, at least before uh, the next, uh, the
Wait,
next wave. Yeah. Um,
yes, it should be a few days. You say you are seeking the source.
while he's talking, I'm gonna like slowly walk around to the other side so that I'm staring at him more directly.
Oh, sure, yeah. He
I'll keep
er,
a distance unless he invites me closer, though.
he's facing directly south, actually. So, if you wanted to, like, yeah, face to face, then that works, and his eyes stay on you the whole time. Um, uh, sorry, did you reply to his comment?
Yeah, about seeking the source. You mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, I would say, yeah, we've come perhaps to try to stop it.
that would be good. There are, well, I've never known to call it as the Redshift. For me, it was a terrible magic that threatened my Glade, and I did what I could to keep the things and creatures and for a very short time, a few people safe. Um,
That must have been an incredible sacrifice.
well, I found
Another like grandmother.
it was not possible to keep people safe, but I could keep my Glade safe, the creatures and uh, things around here. Um, until perhaps 100 years ago when it finally caught up to me. Uh, you, I have since the Redshift began taken note of a few other of your kind who have come into this space over the centuries. And while I never had the chance to speak to them, this was while I was able to still move and run and uh, keep watch on them from afar. But they were fearful and fled this place quickly. You don't seem to have any of that same fear about you.
Certainly not for one such as yourself. Why would we?
Well, the redshift, as you say, your kind cannot survive in it for minutes, even.
Certainly, but there's periods between, and we have ways to find shelter, for lack of a better way to put it. We can take shelter during a shifting of the miasma. Not anywhere, only under certain conditions and certain places, I suppose.
Then I commend your mortal ingenuity.
Can I
The-
ask, how did you protect this place?
I was able to subvert the terrible power from the east. I have been dedicated to protecting this glade, this holy site of mine, for hundreds and hundreds of years. Um, this this is this is my mission in your world. Uh, he says, my powers are not equal to the terrible powers that caused the redshift, but um, I was able to keep a form of sanctuary and healing for a time. The ability to reject from the reality that you and I share right now, the unreality that is the redshift power. It was for a time within my power.
Was the effort eventually too much, or did the redshift itself somehow change?
My powers became exhausted after too long at work. Too too long repeating the same effort over and over. And I believe it was a matter of time until it started to affect me deeply. Again, I am sworn to this glade and would not leave. Uh, and so when it began to affect me, and I feared that I would soon no longer be able to move, I picked my favorite spot and sat down. I thought perhaps I would remain here until my long time on this realm is set to end. But even I don't know when that is.
I don't mean to be presumptuous, but you said before that others like us, as they've come and entered your glade and left, they've never stopped to talk. None of them, I can assume, then have ever attempted to offer aid.
They came before I was in this situation
Ah,
years and years ago.
and in the century since.
Nobody. You are the first, and perhaps at least that has arrived in this location. Um, 200 or so years, if my memory hasn't failed me yet.
Uh, yeah, if I haven't yet, I'll convey everything that's just been said to anybody that can't
Sure.
follow along. And then I would just want to offer. I would say, look, the truth is that we've seen, our abilities to heal and mend both work and not work with those who have been shifted by the miasma. But I I don't feel comfortable leaving without at least trying. If I could have your permission.
He says, "Thank you." Um, while I cannot be completely sure, I believe the only way I would be able to be free from this uh, imprisonment here is for the horn to be removed. And I trust that you know what happens when a unicorn's horn is removed.
Right. I wouldn't suggest that. That I'm hoping there's an alternative.
Well, I have been here a very long time. So, um, before we discuss whether that's possible, though, I would like to learn more about your quest. Um, this is a selfish curiosity, perhaps, but do you believe you'll be able to put an end to the redshift once you find its cause?
To say that I believe that we're able would perhaps be stretching belief a little. But on the other hand, to say that we're incapable would be as equally improbable. We've done incredible things and we've seen incredible things, but I'm not going to lie, this is beyond us. My hope is that as we get closer and we learn more, comprehension will come, and with comprehension, the ability to rectify the mistakes that were made in the past.
You have shelter from the unreality that makes the redshift, but you do not have any. We might say you have a shield but no sword in this case. Is that what you feel?
Correct.
Normally, when your kind, when mortals solve problems that threaten their lives and civilizations, and in my time I've witnessed these things go by and even help in particular situations once or twice. They make the insurmountable problem, the invulnerable creature or object vulnerable, and then they remove it. If you are able to sustain reality within unreality, then you should be able, as a as somebody who is as a group of people who are known for being able to do this thing or things like it, you should be able to enforce reality on this unreality.
You're implying that we might already have the tools we need?
I don't know.
It's a sage observation, though.
But the tools that you have so far are beyond what has been seen in this land in a very long time. And while I do not know what causes this redshift, I do not know who or what is responsible. The effects are clear. The unreality does not wish you to enter this land. And by shielding yourself from the unreality, you were able to enter. I was able to subvert this for a time, like I said, protecting and undoing the unreality that was caused in this glade. But moving forward in that situation is very difficult. It took all of my power just to keep up, and even that wasn't enough in the long run. I hear in your thoughts the thoughts of many people behind you. And I can tell it is not just you four travelers here. You're on a bigger mission than that.
Absolutely. You could say that we are but the vanguard of an expedition.
Heroes on a quest. So, if the unreality wishes you not to enter, then the only way to enter is by enforcing reality upon it. At least. That seems logical to me. If you were able to do that, it would have no power over you. The things that do not belong in your mortal realm could be removed from it. At least that is what I think. I've had a long time to think about this.
Yeah, I'm. Before I say anything, I'm going to nod, but I mean, he can probably hear me thinking to myself that, like, there's got to be some way to apply this principle, this denial of unreality, to his own predicament, with a strong enough will, or perhaps a collective will
and energy. He said that he said that he became subject to it when his energy was exhausted.
Your observation is correct. It cannot just be that you wish it. If that were the case, I would not be in this situation right now. It requires, and I presume that you know this with your shields, a power and a structure, a device or tool or weapon wielded by one who has the will to do it, that can make their reality real.
Yeah, I don't know that Montlarin is necessarily smart enough to understand the particulars, but I think he wants to talk to Dex about off-book applications of his magical technology.
Uh-huh. That can be arranged.
Yeah, I have the in mind this sort of thought that if there's a way to manipulate the obelisk's field, or the effect, maybe it's not actually anchoring reality the way Dex thinks it is, but maybe what it's actually doing is enforcing a particular view of reality in a malleable situation. In which case, if you could control that view, so to speak, you could do things like revert the effects of the redshift by basically denying they had ever happened at all.
That is an interesting perspective.
But yeah, I don't think Montlarin's smart enough to put that to words.
But it ends up in the brain mush. So the
Right.
unicorn can he can say that's an interesting perspective, and Montlarin can be like, wait,
Right, exactly. Right, okay. The longer we talk, I have to admit that I suspect this won't be successful. However, if you would permit me, there is something I would like to try.
What would you like to try?
Effectively, I'm gonna lay on hands. My intent in doing so, and for the record, Montlarin can totally touch this unicorn. But my intent in doing so is that I also kind of want to do something akin to my turn the faithless ability, and sort of apply what he's saying to try to use my lay on hands to reject the change to his horn.
That's interesting.
Okay. Yeah. How much lay on hands juice are you going to use?
All of it.
All of it? Okay. Can you roll me a straight charisma check while you do it?
Yeah. Oh wait, let me turn off advantage.
We'll just take the first roll. We can hover over it.
Right,
So that's
13.
going to be a 13 total. So yeah, the unicorn says, I don't know if it will work, but if there is a chance you can free him, then I will take it. So, you approach, you lay on hands. you send as much energy through this creature as you can. Um, and shouldn't you be at 35, by the way?
Maybe it doesn't automatically update itself.
It
That's
doesn't
very
seem like it.
possible.
Yeah, update that. Don't think it's mattered, but so you you attempt to um demand that this unicorn horn stop being where it is, basically, right?
Right. That it
Um,
revert to its true form.
like this thing it is spread and twisted all around it. Again, now that you're very close to it, you can see that it has pierced its legs through the ground. In multiple places, it even appears to like twist through the bulk of the body at one point. Um, and these are, as a celestial creature, these are old wounds, and they don't necessarily bleed, so to speak, but um, you imagine the unicorn may not be letting on to a certain amount of discomfort.
Right.
And what happens with that lay on hands in that roll is that the unicorn, you feel it shiver a little bit under your touch, and you see that several of the vines of this horn, for lack of a better phrase to call them, um, there's a crack and little bits, fragments you see snap off and burst away, um, as the unicorn shudders, sort of in reaction to it, and that's it.
Oh,
Um, it says, um, "It is a relief, soothing, at the very least."
I'm sorry that it couldn't do more.
That's all right.
Uh,
I think
uh, go ahead. Sorry.
I think you may be onto something, and I think if you had the right tools, you might be able to accomplish what you want. But I do not think I'm fated to be the person who you successfully do that to.
All the same, with your permission, I'd like to return someday. I doesn't feel right for you to just be here like this.
No, this certainly is not my preference either. Um, we can talk for a while longer, and um, I would not dislike learning about what you've done and your quest here. And maybe I can tell you something of value. But um, as I've been here a very long time, and if you wish to do it, um, I would consider it a relief and a I will call it a return home. If you were able to remove the horn entirely. If you do not wish to, you do not have to. But I have been here for a very long time. And for creatures like myself, leaving this realm is not such a terrible trip.
Could you give me a moment?
Certainly.
I'm gonna walk back to the group and explain the sort of like moral dilemma here. I'm actually fairly certain that we could sever that horn from that unicorn, but that's gonna like really kill it, if you know what I'm saying.
It would
Well, and
be
that's what he's asking.
it would be very very easy for you to sever the unicorn's horn. I mean, you know that unicorn horns are coveted. In this world and yours, not mine.
Right.
They have great properties of healing. Uh, certain I don't think you are a good person if you do this unless the unicorn gave it to you intentionally. But certain people will turn a unicorn horn into a wand or a scepter. uh and they're potent stuff. But there are also myriad uses for like powdered unicorn horn and all that stuff. But when you remove a unicorn's horn, it does die.
Yeah, like it's effectively its soul dies too, right?
Well,
Like it doesn't return to its plane, right? It just dies.
I do not believe that is the case, actually. And from what you know, unicorns, quite like devils and stuff. When they die, they just go back up.
Huh.
Oh, well,
Well, if that's the case, I'm a little less
Right.
worried about it.
Yeah, and he even said himself that the trip back home is not that bad. Um,
I guess ask permission if we can use what remains of the horns to get our cause.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
The only other thing I could think is I'm sure Dex could do like a proper sending back to the sort of, but I don't know. He wouldn't want to send them back with this. Hopefully, with breaking the horn means they'll regenerate.
Right. Well, and I mean, not to be too clinical, but from what I saw, it's the horn that shifted, not the rest of the unicorn.
yeah,
Right.
exactly correct. It's entirely the unicorn's horn that has sort of rebelled against the unicorn's body.
Hmm.
Um, all right. Well, since nobody's raised a voice to talk me out of it, I'm inclined to grant its request so it doesn't suffer any
I
further.
guess I would ask just one question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's definitely room for stopping here to chat with the unicorn for a
what
while. It's not in a big rush.
what is your name or what are you known as?
I've never had the need for a name as guardian of this glade. Uh, I was placed here to defend it, and some people have met me in the past and called me various things, but normally those are such titles as the unicorn of the mountains or what have you. It's um, thing things where we come from are a little more uh, or a little less individualistic in that sense. Uh, some angels have names, some do not. Some do not need them, and simply their presence is uh, an identifier enough.
So if someone were to address you, it wouldn't be by a name so much as that they would simply direct it towards you, direct it to you.
That has worked well enough for me in the scant interactions I've had with mortal folk like yourself.
Hmm. Brother, how far have you ranged outside the glade while you were?
Never very far. This is my home and the place I am sworn to. Um, I was set to defend this place long ago when um, the old land here was in states of turmoil and needed a place of purity and consecration. Um, which to that end, if you find you have need of it, as I'm sure you've noticed, uh, this place has and will, even after I am gone for quite some time, remain a place that is difficult for evil to befoul, uh, in spite of this redshift.
That's wonderful. Then we should ask, should we settle this redshift? Is there anything you'd like us to do with this glade to help to protect it and West realm?
Perhaps someday another one of my kind will be sent here to do the same that I did. But there are no people living here anymore. So the need for protection is lesser. However, if you have good intentions for this place, keep it clean, not polluted by uh, those of your kind who would wish to do such things, unspoiled by mortal hands. That would be best.
This is the head of the waters that feed down to a lot of different places. Sure they are in the past, and where this forks off the west, it feeds riverways along the Goblet tribe.
Yes, and
And
they too deserve the sanctity that is here, even if um, certain people do not know it.
they seem to be pretty well protected from the evil of the redshift. It's quite incredible
Interesting.
to stay safe. Well,
I've always known goblin kind to be terribly unlucky. Perhaps their bad luck keeps whatever thing that wants people to stay away to simply overlook them. Strange as that sounds.
As if there's someone else's problem.
You don't sound like you have much of a problem with them. Perhaps if they became somebody's problem, they would be less safe.
That's often the way of things. I generally believe that everyone deserves a chance at peace, no matter where they come from.
Very good.
Earlier, you said that you had tried to protect a few people like us, but had failed. Do you want to tell us about them?
Yes, they were a few people, humans, who came here fleeing this Redshift. They did not know me. I did not know them. They were from a village that existed nearby at the time. I'm sure it's been long retaken by the Earth by now. When they first arrived here, they thought perhaps they would be safe. I watched as they whispered and wondered if the Redshift would eclipse the mountains. They thought to hide between them, perhaps. Eventually, when I realized the potential of the situation, I approached them and told them I would do my best to protect. However, it was only moments before they, when the Redshift arrived, my powers all failed me, and they turned into monstrosities. And seemed to lose all sense of self.
I'm sorry.
Whatever does not want people in Vesoth did not want those people there either. That's why I believe it caused them to change and perish in that way.
Interesting. Were you here when this first started?
Yes.
I thought so. Is it possible that you got a sense in any of this time why the Redshift wants things out of here? Is there any sort of oh gosh, now Montlarin is absolutely struggling for words. Is there any sense of a intent or a purpose? You speak about it as if it was tool rather than an accident. Perhaps because our lives are so much shorter, we've always assumed it was a calamity, a disaster.
I don't think that's an inappropriate descriptor for it. A tragedy for sure. I could not say what caused it. I can only guess and deduce. Um, and I've had time to guess and deduce as much as I want. Um, you have uh, felt the negative psychic effect when the redshift begins every several days. At the moment it starts. Yes?
Absolutely.
Have you noticed then, being here as long as you have and with the experience that you have, that the sensation of being hollowed out from within is sort of the core of that effect?
Huh. I hadn't thought about it that way.
But that's not all. There, whether this is caused by the perhaps the great loss of life, or whomever created this effect, or whatever created it. If you try, this may be difficult for you, but if you're in tune with yourself and you try and really feel what is felt at that moment, you may notice it is not, and perhaps this is something I am personally attuned to. It's not dissimilar from my desire to protect this location.
I understand.
Much as I would, should mortals come in here bearing flames and torches and steel axes, rally the wildlife round them and scare them away, run them out. This redshift seems to wish to do the same to you and me and most other things. I imagine if it could run out the very land, it would. But at least its powers are not quite that mighty.
That's a terrifying prospect. Well, unless anybody has anything else to talk about,
Some time can pass.
What while you've been sitting here and protecting the area, have you come across any magical artifacts or anything that you've got held on to?
Alas, artifacts are not really my domain. My domain is the world slightly outside of mortal. Uh, I protect the land, the forest, the water, the creatures, the dumb beasts. Um, I help mortals when the time calls for it, but I cannot say I've ever received a gift from one.
I see. Hmm.
Although, should you decide to uh, take my horn, um, know that the horn of a unicorn is potent, and you may well find good use for it, and I hope that you do. Um, although I cannot promise that uh, my horn's properties are all still all the same as they were before it became like this.
We'll be sure to very well research it again before we attempt to use it for any purpose. Any purpose we do use it for will undoubtedly be going resolving the situation, ending the Redshift. There's no chance we're going to sell a bit of what this is to help.
I had not even fathomed such a thing. And if it can be used in your quest, then I would be very happy.
I really hope, and thank you. We all, the entire Redshift Commission, thanks you for being so gracious to provide this to us.
And your sacrifice.
We hope mostly that you find peace.
Oh, that would be nice after such a long time sitting in the same spot, wouldn't it?
We can only hope.
If I get my legs back, perhaps I'll go for a run in. If I remember correctly, it's been a while since I was home, but I do seem to recall that home has great big fields and all of that.
Okay. I'm gonna draw my sword and remove his horn.
Very well. Many thanks, my friend. And succeed on your quest.
May you rest well.
Okay, it's easy to do this. You
Sure.
It's really just one chop at the base. And in a second the eyes droop and the unicorn still cannot really move as but you have separated the horn from the body, and um in only a moment he stops breathing and ceases to be alive.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, though, the tendrils of this horn are now worn through a corpse, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I can use the respite or whatever.
gentle repose or whatever.
Yeah, gentle repose. I can just use that to keep it in pristine shape while we find some.
Do you want to haul this unicorn? I mean, at this point, it would be possible to
You could
remove
part the
the
horn, right? Like,
yeah, you could remove the vines, right, from the ground and the body by just kind of hacking and chipping away at them. And if you wanted to transport the body, um, it is a horse. It's pretty big, um, but there are ways to do that if you wish. And in the meantime, Montlarin, you have a wickedly twisted unicorn horn that you can put in your inventory.
right.
Well, that was the most important thing, was being able to get the free.
Yeah, it's removed. Yeah, from so you have the full horn sans tendrils, but the horn itself is still kind of violently. It's not the usual beautiful unicorn horn that has the neat spiral and comes to a point. It's kind of not quite bulbous, but crooked and very wrong.
The tendrils are horn-like too, yeah?
They are the same keratin material as the horn, yes.
I would probably want to collect those as best as possible.
Again, yeah, it's pretty trivial to kind of just take these little bits, and yeah, if you imagine if the main horn can be used in any way that unicorn horns are traditionally used, this same stuff is kind of the same material.
Hey Nimbus,
Yeah.
you can shape the earth, right?
Yeah. Would you like me to kind of get the area ready for a burial of sorts?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. I mean, this is pretty loose, so I should just be able to move it
Yeah,
a
it's basically
cube at a
sand.
time.
It's very very easy for you. You might go into like the harder turf up near the tree line a little bit, but
Yeah.
you know, an hour or two of work grand total, and you can put together a grave for your unicorn.
Right. Yep. Then that's worthy effort, and we can consecrate it some other time, unless you've got a bottle of holy water on you.
I do not. I'm not that kind of paladin even.
You imagine from what the unicorn told you, this place is already well and truly consecrated, and
Right.
even lacking its horn, um, there's always potential that the body of a unicorn has such purity that it would nourish the land by being buried there.
Right.
We can recommend that area is made a sanctuary and has like a shrine or something. More of a
Right. Since the forest actually, reaches this far, it may also be worth talking to grandmother about stewardship of this place.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, she cannot really move from her home tree, but
No, but I bet she knows this unicorn or knew of it.
you know that she does wield a fair amount of influence and has the potential for these sorts of things.
All right.
Yeah, it's definitely worth bringing up, I think. That said, we should probably finish our exploration and head back.
That was very good.
I'm holding on to this unicorn horn, and I'm probably not gonna let go of it until I'm like face to face with Decus and the Brigadier.
That
plan.
sounds totally fine.
A good idea. Yeah, I'd probably be likewise
It's
holding on to the
keeping
other
it as far the fuck away from Alvis Taver as I can.
Yeah.
All right then. Let me get you guys back onto the world map. Here we are. So, it's a little late, and I think we know where you guys are going.
Right.
So if you're okay with it, I think, assuming you're going around the west side here, I think I'll just unveil a bunch of these spaces for you.
Cool.
Sounds
And
good.
if you want to move your token around a little bit, feel free to. Again, this is a very safe location. So,
Yeah, the unicorn even said so.
yeah.
It's like there's nothing that'll harm us, which is neat.
All right, yeah, and you guys can kind of pause right there a little bit. And I think what we'll do is we'll just even if you don't clear this out specifically, we'll just get this little all uncovered.
Okay.
Nice.
And kind of see the hills and the and then get some of these hexes off the map.
All right.
Nice.
So yeah, another couple of days. We'll call it like around day 5. Is when you're able to kind of get all this space kind of roughly scouted out, and you're able to see this whole area with these mountains. Um, I take it you guys did not do much mountain climbing this whole time, but you were able to kind of navigate around the area in such a way that you were able to tell what's there.
Yeah,
Right.
we probably got at least a little bit of height, just to
Yeah.
be able to see what we could clear out that area to the lower.
Yep. And you know what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna get some text. I'm gonna go correct font, correct size, make it red, and then I'm gonna probably that bigger. Oh, maybe we could put it at 45. Yeah.
There you
Goblin turf.
Nice.
So yeah, that's you know what? That's fine on the token there. Whatever. Yeah, there you go. That's your territory, and
Nice.
now it's difficult to be prepared for this. When the first wave comes, right? Like it's hard to try to meditate on it because you have no warning,
Right.
and it happens in a second. But would any of you have any opinions about that after the conversation we just had?
Yeah, I would be curious to to sort of like plumb that sensation that he was talking about
Right.
again, to see if there's any sort of like intent isn't the right word exactly, but to see if there's any like echo of the caster, if it's that kind of magic, or some echo of the force of its activation that implies causation. Like I want to try to understand why it makes you feel the way it does.
Okay.
Yeah, probably similar.
What I want from everybody is I guess this would be a great time for an insight check from every. If you want to, if you don't care, or if you want to decide that you're unprepared for this, then you don't have to do it. Oh no.
Apparently, I'm unprepared for this.
Shouldn't laugh. That's my roles have been that for the last couple
Yeah,
sessions.
Lauren's on the bathroom break when it hits.
You're right, exactly.
It's like, oh shit.
From somewhere, like, from the stand of bushes from the other side of the camp, you hear, "God damn it!"
All right, and Arenaeus is not super insightful about this. But Naya, Naya's good at thinking about emotions, or she does it a lot at least. Naya, this is a question for you.
Okay.
Does Naya have the biological like egg mother deal, or is she not into that? I know she's never had a child, but like, does she
Does
have
she have a biological clock?
does she like have that deep want?
Yeah, and it's coming up.
Okay.
I was gonna tell you that in a DM, but okay, so now you know.
Oh well, okay then. The that like weird sensation of ownership is not the correct word. But it's sort of the word that comes to mind with the when you dig deep, you kind of have that familiar sensation of what it feels like to want to have that egg and make it hatch into a small Naya. The desire is or the hunger for it.
It's an ache,
Yeah.
a yearning. It's an ache that's almost wordless.
There are 0 words involved. You can't put words.
But you're also talking about an experience, and it's deeper than what we generally refer to as emotion. It's deeper than that. So if any of us were going to dig deep to try to understand what the unicorn was teaching us about reality and unreality, and the intention behind unreality to force its own version of unreality upon our reality, we are going to have to go deeper than we've ever gone before. If you're talking about the kind of ache that comes from the biological clock of a female, that's what you're having to look at, and that's the work.
That's a yeah, there's a certain
As the resident female, I have some authority on this. But yeah, I mean, it's deeper than, I mean, emotion as we experience emotion is kind of like fancy thought. And this is beyond thought. It's deeper than thought. This is a thing.
then,
this is like a yearning of the heart, or a yearning of the hara.
And then it's
wordless.
In 1 second, it's gone, and you don't have that anymore. And it's
no, but it gives you a moment to touch it and to experience your experience. Because most of the time we just think about our experience. or have an opinion about our experience. But in that moment, the shock of it allows us to fully experience our experience. And that's the key to what the unicorn was pointing at. Naya will be spending some time in meditation, as you might imagine.
Yeah, okie dokie. The first wave does in fact happen. So, time to go home.
All right.
Again, unless you all do want to die and game over immediately, which is always an option.
It's a tempting offer. However,
we're 3 years into the campaign, halfway to Vess. Why not just, finally jump in?
Yeah, why not? Right. No, I think I'm gonna let this ride for a while.
Okay, cool.
yeah. I know you want to start running that vampire campaign, but
No, I'm not. I'm literally like 3 years out from even being ready for that shit.
okay, well. But all right, so are we heading back to Canton, or are we going somewhere else?
Yeah, that's definitely the closest one. It would be. It might be a bit of a stretch to make it anywhere else.
Yeah, I think that's actually the only place in range.
All right.
And again, Naya can always water walk, and you guys can get back there in
Yep.
just a couple days.
Perfect.
So
It's weird to walk towards the Redshift.
Oh yeah, you have to do it sometimes to get back home. But yeah, it's a little spooky.
But usually we're going east on the way out and west on the way back. Oh well.
It's always there, that little what if it's just fast this time?
Right.
It's never happened in recorded history, but it's weird and nothing has ever said that it can.
No, I thought a couple of times when we did the flashbacks, it hit faster than.
The only things that have changed when you've done the flashbacks
Are the double.
The first wave, happens twice occasionally. And that hasn't even been consistent. It has not continued to happen twice. But the speed at which the Redshift cloud extend has, to the Commission's knowledge, always been constant, as well as the grand total diameter. You could even have, you know, certain old roads that used to lead into Vesoth and have fallen well out of repair. You can even still sometimes find obelisks or signs that would tell you right there on the edge of the Redshift's border to do not go any further than this. You will die. Because after all, it is right there on the edge of the Empire.
Totally.
Perhaps in places where the borders were fuzzier in times past, and the Empire has moved in, and villages and towns have moved around. There's no big city right on the border, right? But people will expand as far as they functionally are capable of doing. So every so often, you might have there might be a couple places on this world map where one or two hexes to the west could very well be a small village. No big towns or anything, though. Anyway, you make it back.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, we would want to report in and all of that, but I'm honestly ready to call it a night. I'm kind of tired.
Yeah,
I'm
kind of
Well,
wiped.
we can expedite the reporting in. So I mean, um you tell the whole story, I assume.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. I'm guessing you'd want to phone up Dex mainly.
yeah.
Okay. Um. So yeah, you tell him the whole story. He listens and he pretty much says like, well, you need to bring that horn down to Orbis immediately so we can study it. Um, and as for the unicorn itself, well, I'll I'll make a major note that the the spot you found is to be kept as a sanctuary when this is all said and done. Um, and we can respect that creature's final wish. Uh, but we do need to study that and what it said about um uh, do you specifically use the verbiage of the sword and shield? I
Yeah.
want to know. Okay. Um so uh he says what it said about the sword of reality. Um it does make me think, and I certainly cannot say I have not thought about such a thing. It's been a very, very high um priority on my mind for a long time. The idea of a portable, movable, wearable, carryable, even um, equivalent to the obelisk. My life's work, yes, but making that would be my life's work exponentially. Um, Malnar doesn't know what an exponent is.
No, that's nerd stuff.
Um, I I know enough to not tell you that it's impossible at the very least. Um, the the stuff I've done, I'm a Goliath. I have a short life. I've dedicated most of it to studying the Redshift zone because it interests me. And I thought, wouldn't it be fascinating to come in here and explore what it's all about? And with the terrible stories and everything about it, wouldn't it be good to maybe make part of our world not so terrible anymore? Um, but I put many years of research into what eventually became the obelisk system. And while I've been able to do things like integrate the communication devices and build the bugs, um, I would say I have a fairly quick turnaround time. Um, they're all based on the same concept, which is that that concept of anchor. Um, being able to lock something in place, something that you already know is there, and you can define and this is getting into the nitty gritty of it a little bit, but um, part of the creation of each individual obelisk is defining uh, what it needs to maintain. If you understand that correctly.
That sounds like a reality check.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to break this down like to Mont Lauren's level.
Yeah.
If what the obelisks do is anchor what is real,
Yes.
couldn't they be tuned to do the opposite, to unanchor what is not real?
Exactly.
I mean, you're saying
Like
what
that glass wall in Jose?
What the
What-
unicorn was telling us is that the redshift is unreality, an insistent unreality, as distinguished from our reality. And so, what his lesson was, as I understand it, is that in order for us to succeed at our mission, our will to have reality is strong, must be stronger than whatever is driving this thing's will is to have unreality. Or we need to find a way to make unreality unreal itself.
I tried to fix the unicorn's horn using my own abilities. I tried to deny what the horn was now to try to make it what it had been.
and what
Uh,
happened?
I wasn't strong enough, obviously, but
Hmm.
it did seem to help. And
Yeah.
and parts of the horn broke off and seemed to try to revert back to some other state for a moment. I'm wondering if the exact same thing can't be done on a greater scale with greater power. Like, could heal the brigadier if we could figure this out?
Assuming she wants to be.
If there was some way you
I'm
could
sure she'd
channel
love to have her eyes
the,
back.
if there's some way you could channel the power from the obelisk.
The obelisks are simply powered by a few batteries. They're
Or
really
or
simple
a
things all
group of
considered.
obelisks. Gathering the power from a group of them put together
Or if they're
and
just
channeling
powered,
that energy.
they're just powered by
Okay.
those batteries, then try using
Something like
convert it.
a
The
wearable,
unicorn said that
foldable device that holds many
his
batteries.
energy, which was obviously celestial and phenomenal and not of this world, eventually was exhausted. So even he could run out of energy.
Right.
Yeah,
He was employing his power over a relatively large area.
Right, like grandmother.
Right. My thought is that if we can do something similar on a very small scale, we can do things like heal the brigadier, or perhaps make some of that glass wall in Jose disappear. Cease to be part of our reality, for lack of a better way to put it.
Lucen,
but it
Elvis
sounds
Driver is still out of earshot.
Albus Trevor is at Orbis and not currently speaking to Dex. So yes.
Oh, okay, fantastic. So I actually, this brings up a good idea.
Actually,
The
I don't
uni-
think Embergreen is here either because he wasn't in last session. So
Right. So we might be able to use that unicorn as a focus for some ability to try to. If there's some way we could somehow pull it back, I wonder if that would work.
that is traditionally what horns are used for by many. But Lauren, what it sounds like you're telling me to do or try to do is it sounds like you want me to make my very own redshift, except one that you tell what to do.
Yeah, you could do that, right?
Oh, I'm terribly flattered. Oh, hell, I have to try, don't I?
Yep. You did it one way. It seems like you could reasonably come up with a way to do it the opposite way.
I mean, unless you can find some way to turn a cannon, turn one of the obelisks into a cannon and fire at the Star Tower.
That's a
I don't really think that's a reasonable solution. Probably wouldn't even get the effect. I kind of want to explore that Star Tower anyway.
Right.
yeah. So I'm not hoping to knock it down.
But I do think, succeed or fail, we'll learn more about the Redshift than we ever have before.
Not a bad idea. It's a well, small quantities for as long as we've been out here. Figuring out how and why the redshift does what it does has been, um, difficult. There's no reason to it. There's no logic to what happens when or where, except that all we know is that if folks like us,
Except maybe there is a logic. It's just not our normal.
Yeah, certainly nothing we can understand. Well,
I mean, it's outside of our version of reality.
Right. Like literally on the other side of comprehension for us.
Yeah, but we can still make a concept out of it if we think about it in terms of 180-degree reversing of the known reality.
Captain
We're going between reality and chaos.
Captain Van, are you able to kind of comprehend and visualize all of this? Because I wonder if you might have a better understanding of all this.
Van is actually not back from his expedition yet.
Womp womp. Well, we better bring him in on this when we can, because that show us some things that we.
It's true. Beholders are a little bit more familiar with the aberrant. So, no offense to Van, of course.
I also wonder if the worker might have an understanding.
Yes, I haven't spoken to that one myself in quite a while either. Should they still be alive? I imagine so. They seem well adapted for this place. It might be worth a conversation. Perhaps I can head out there. It's not too far from Orvis. Uh, as part of my studies. Um,
Maybe bring some prepared scrolls. They like magic things.
Indeed, yes. A few gifts should oil the gears nicely.
Certainly.
Decus, if you do think that you can create your own tiny redshift, might I suggest we test that at Morio's old estate?
Why there in particular?
Well, we're not using it, but we also know that it's a place that that our friends potentially from the volcano to the south may be able to see, right?
Indeed.
If we actually manage to do this, that's something that they can't. I'm certain of it. If they could have, they would have already done so and demonstrated it to us. I imagine the I don't know the word for it, but I imagine that understanding that we have a weapon greater than they do would discourage attack.
I see your
I
point.
I wonder if that, or perhaps if we were to build something like that at Grandmother's Grove, would it be able to generate her?
Well, I think our first step is to test it somewhere safe.
Well, that's true.
Yes,
I
that
suppose it can be
that much is
disassembled.
certain. I'll most likely be doing most of my tangible work on whatever this ends up being during the waning, so I can at least do it, out somewhere in the city ruins, not on the dais,
Yeah.
but at the same time, I have to be a little wary. The what if what if all of the things that we are saying now were said by someone in Bessoth 1,000 years ago? Are we 100% sure that that didn't happen?
No.
There are a lot of people living here, so we have to be very careful. I know the even the idea of living in the redshift zone for the past 3 years is insane. All of us are completely out of our minds. And you see him just like look around behind him, and you spot a couple of expeditions just kind of looking at him as he's talking, not really eavesdropping, just passing by. Um, because this is in the middle of every base. Everybody can hear
Right.
you when you're talking to somebody.
Right.
Um, what I mean is that the fact that we are all alive is the not that I intend to sell myself particularly short, but the connection is so fucking tenuous that if any small thing went wrong with any one of these obelisks or the whole network, this entire all of us could be gone in an instant. And I know you all understand that already. Um, and if you didn't, then I apologize for the fear I've just set in your hearts. Um, but that's the reality of the situation, and what we all signed up for. At least I hope so. Do I think that will happen? No. But at risk of sounding a little cowardly, the idea of meddling with these sorts of things and potentially, man, what if I create a second redshift?
Well, if you do, it'll be inside the existing redshift.
Not if it's the same radius, my friend.
I
Well, then I hope you can get to protection before it actually redshifts, and having known how to make it, maybe you'll be able to find some way to reverse it. And it.
I feel like the only way we're going to learn. Oh no. I feel like the only way we're going to learn uh, is if we try.
No, you're right. Of course, like again, we're all completely out of our minds already, and uh, I simply, as a responsible uh, leader and head founder of the commission, need to consider uh, that I need to be very careful when playing with forces that could lead to the entire overnight destruction of the Holy Cradian Empire. That's all I'm saying. Um,
That's a fair cop.
but you have gone and put the idea in my head, so I suppose I have to look into it at the very least.
You know,
Um,
I wonder if the version of reality that you'd be able to generate in such an alternative way would be the one where our traveling friend, like that's timeline, would.
could not say. Well, if there really is a sort of intent here, now that you speak of that, perhaps whatever is what did the unicorn say? Wants you to not be here?
Right.
Thinks those scenes will scare you away or something.
Interesting. I'm not gonna lie. They've always felt a little subversive to me. In that it's always felt like we change the outcome. Do you know what I mean? We make a difference. And I've always kind of taken hope from that.
Though, isn't it the case that differences were, in the end, not kept as the dates and times progress?
I I'm not gonna pretend to know the answer to that question for real,
Well,
but our last encounter implies that there may yet be hope, that there may be a way to make these changes permanent.
it
Why do you say
when
that?
Ferris died, we did what we could to help. They still died in the moment. Things fading out and being slower too because they died. They had a moment of clarity and realization. Talked to the same with Kieran. So it's just an odd sort of thing. We changed the outcome, then they didn't end up resulting different. That's also like how we crossed that bridge, and of course it wasn't going to crumble on because we never actually crossed.
Right. But if you remember in our last, in the last example of that, he urged us to travel as quickly as we could, to try to resolve the Redshift in a way that implied that it would help him as well.
Hmm.
I
Get
don't
to this as
understand.
quickly as possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand magic well enough to know if that's even plausible, but maybe our fates are intertwined in some way.
Alas, I am no necromancer, or maybe I can better answer that for you. Well, you're right though about well, what you said, according to what you've told me in the past. They I would imagine some specters of people from a past age would try to if they were truly trying to get you away, would attempt to do away with you or something like that.
Or show us that there was no hope, right?
Hmm. Well then, I suppose the only thing next for me to do is I have some thoughts and some notes that I would like to jot down.
And at the next waning, we'll bring you this unicorn horn.
Yes, that was what I was going to ask. Please bring me that as soon as you can. I would really like to look at it. And I've been looking at this device, Albus Tabber, or I've been looking at this black device with Albus Tabber for a bit as well, and I have some ideas about that, but perhaps we'll talk about that when I can actually fetch your friend from wherever he's gone today.
I know he's been looking forward to the results of your research.
Yes, I'll see if I can. I'll see if I can find him, and then we'll speak again. But I think that's it for today.
Awesome. Thanks for the session, man.
Thank you for joining, everyone.
Thanks,
stuff.
sir.
So, for your explorations, everybody will get 1,500 XP.
All right.
I will.
Cool.
Ooh, I
Closing
I
out.
love.
You
What was that,
leveled?
Monlar?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, you had a lot more points. I guess you continue to have a lot of points.
Yeah, I guess I've
Yeah.
been maintaining my lead.
Okay. Level 8 paladin then.
Wow.
Unless you're doing something else weird, but that would be weird.
That would be weird. No, Montlar is a paladin. I'm gonna deal with leveling next time we play, though.
Yeah, that sounds totally fine. Hang on, I'm just filling in Arenace's real quick.
Because everyone else is at 29.50.
Yeah.
Arenace is a bit lower, but yeah, that's you guys.
Yeah, I think Alvis is up close to where I'm at too.
Now we will equalize level ups at 9th level, but for now, Montlarn can enjoy being ahead of the pack.
Nice.
Okay, so
Considering that I have a speed of 4 space movement in combat, that will be the only time.
yeah, hit me up when you want to level up. If you have time to do it before next session, we can definitely do that, and I'll just
Cool.
you don't super need my help, but yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think 8's a pretty uneventful level too. I don't remember.
Oh wait, it's your SI.
Oh right. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. So I gotta think about that a little bit. Okay.
You don't get anything but the ability score improvement as paladin. You get literally nothing.
Or
anything.
or a feat.
And all of my abilities are even, so I gotta think about that.
Yeah, you could either pump 1 by 2, or you could get a feat.
Yeah, feats are also an option if you like them.
Yeah, I might take a feat. But at the same time, I might, stop being stupid. That would be nice.
Well, I gotta say you do have a 14 charisma right now.
Yeah, which is also not awesome.
Yeah,
I mean,
honestly,
your
if there's
stats
an attribute, that'd be the one, I think.
Yeah, I'm
stats
like
are
average guy. Yeah.
across the board, but yeah, definitely very, very average hero, man. Could always go for the tank though and bump Constitution, right?
Yeah, totally. I've been doing all right though. Like I'm not actually too worried about that just yet. I mean, I'm so used to being slow. I could also just save up and have some plate mail shipped.
True. Yeah. I mean, if you bumped your strength up by 2 points, you would get another 10 carrying capacity, which would not help you. So never mind.
Nope.
Too bad we don't live in Ilram Raw and you can't get a full mithril plate.
Totally. Damn, that would be expensive though.
Oh hell yeah. Anyway, yeah. Let me know what you choose. So it's just going to be the ASI or feat, and then HP roll. So actually, do you just want to roll the HP now to make it easy?
Yeah, sure.
Nice. Let's see. Big. Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Solid 5 plus 2. So what's he at now?
53.
Wow.
Nice. You're catching up to me.
Yeah, I'm someday I might actually be a tank.
Yep.
Oh man, we just hit level 9 in my Mad Mage game.
Nice.
I picked up what fucking 5th level spell did I pick up? Oh yeah, Hold Monster. That's gonna be a fun one
Oh, nice.
on Warlock.
Yeah. That'll be...
But yeah, just let me know what stat you decide to do, and then
For sure, man.
you can update it whenever.
Cool.
Okay. We're all good. Thank you for joining, everyone, as always.
Yep.
Um,
Thanks for hosting.
I
Everyone, thanks for
just
joining.